defense rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight, true crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so the next step of the process is the clerk is going to read the charges to you. These are called the indictments. These are simply the formal way in which the state accuses somebody of a crime. The indictments themselves are not evidence in their case. In this case, they are just the formal accusations of the charges. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read the indictment?
Members of the jury, in docket number 219-2024-CR273, charge ID number 2228154C, the state has charged the defendant Jason Levesque with attempted murder. Charging document alleges that on or about the 4th day of April 2024 at Rochester, the defendant did commit the crime of attempted murder, and that he did, for the purpose of the crime of homicide being committed, repeatedly shoot KYAL VIOLETTE with a 9mm pistol, which, under the circumstances as he believed them to be, constituted a substantial step toward the commission of the crime. In the same docket number, charge ID number 2228155C, the state has charged the defendant Jason Levesque with first-degree assault. Charging document alleges that on or about the 4th day of April 2024 at Rochester, the defendant did commit the crime of first-degree assault, and that he did knowingly cause bodily injury to KYAL VIOLETTE when he repeatedly shot Mr. VIOLETTE with a 9mm pistol, a deadly weapon. Members of the jury, the defendant has been arraigned on these charges. He has entered the plea of not guilty. From that, he puts himself upon this country for trial, which country you are. The county attorney has joined the issue for the state, and you are to say by your verdicts whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the crimes charged. Please pay careful attention to the evidence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are now the judges of the facts in this case, and it is going to be your job to decide the facts as they are presented during the course of the trial. You will be deciding what the truth is and what happened here based on your findings of the facts. You will then listen to the law that applies to this case, which I'll give to you at the end of the trial. And by putting those two things together, the facts and the law, you will then go into the jury room and decide what your verdict will be. What you'll base your verdict on in this case is the evidence that's presented during the trial. And the evidence can come in a variety of forms. First, witnesses will testify during the trial. The attorneys will question them. The witnesses will provide answers to those questions. And what the witnesses say is evidence, and you can use that in reaching your verdict. Another form of evidence that you will see in this case will be exhibits. Oftentimes during a trial, things such as objects, documents, photographs, and in this case, we've heard videotapes, are marked as exhibits. Those exhibits that are admitted into evidence go into the jury room with you at the end of the case, and you can consider those exhibits in reaching your verdict. And recall, as I also instructed you previously, what you saw on The View a few minutes ago is a form of evidence, and you can rely on that as well in reaching your verdict. The trial will begin, and probably right after we take the lunch break, with the opening statements by an attorney for each side. In a criminal case such as this, the state has the burden of proving their case by proving each element of the charges against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And because they have the burden of proof, the state goes first. The defense will then give you their opening statement. An opening statement allows the attorney to tell you what they believe the evidence is going to be from the viewpoint of that attorney. And the important thing to remember about opening statements is that opening statements are not themselves evidence. You can use an opening statement to help you understand the evidence from that party's point of view, but what the attorneys tell you that the evidence is going to be, or what they think the evidence is not in and of itself evidence, and you can't base your verdict on it. In the end, if your recollection of the evidence turns out to be different from what the attorney tells you, then it is your recollection that controls. After opening statements are finished, the state's attorney, who sometimes gets referred to as the prosecutor, will begin presenting the state's case. He or she, depending on which attorney is going, will call witnesses to the stand and will question those witnesses. That's called direct examination. When the prosecuting attorney has finished questioning the witness, an attorney for the defendant's attorney will then be given the same opportunity to question the witness, and that's called cross-examination. And the case will proceed in that manner until the state has finished presenting all of its evidence. And at that point, the state will rest its case.
That's what Jason claims.
You should also not discuss this case with any of your friends or family members. And let me remind you, as I did previously, you're not to do any independent research about this case at any point during the course of this trial. That means no Facebook searches. Are we ready to bring the jury in? Yes. Okay, please bring them in when they're ready. So loud.
Please rise, jury entering. Please be seated.
All right, thank you, folks. Hope you all had an enjoyable lunch. Thank you for being on time coming back. We are ready to proceed with opening statements. State whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Jason Levesque is guilty of attempted murder, first-degree assault, firing 6 rounds of 9mm ammunition into KYAL Violette's body. This in response to KYAL warning, if you take Jason's term, a threat not to put snow in front of KYAL's driveway. That the defendant responded to KYAL's words with lethal, deadly violence, responded to a hollow threat over pettiness, a petty grievance with that kind of violence is the crime here. Let me be a little bit more specific about this criminal act. After KYAL said his words, even a threat, he stepped away. And the defendant brought out a firearm and pointed it at Kyle. Kyle could clearly see the firearm. There's no lighting issue, no lighting problem. The headlights of the vehicle were on, street lights were on, house lights were on. The weapon was clearly visible to Kyle, and he responded. He responded by turning away from the defendant, back towards his home. And as he turned away, from about 10, 15 feet away, the defendant fired. First round ripped through Kyle's jaw, his face, breaking both mandibles, lodging near his carotid artery. And it caused him to immediately drop to the ground, facing away from the defendant, now facing towards his home. And after that first shot, it's about a 5-second pause, a delay, where the defendant advanced on him, walked towards him. Kyle is literally crawling on his hands and knees, on his belly, leaving a blood smear across the road diagonally towards his house. The defendant opened fire. 5 more shots into the back part of his body, into the side of his body as he jerked and twisted on the ground, crawling away to try and get to safety. That's the criminal act. Each of those 6 bullets caused either maiming or potentially lethal or actually life-threatening injuries. Kyle Violette lived by sheer luck and the immediate intervention of some very sophisticated and effective medical care. First, from an officer who was highly trained in the military, responded within minutes and helped stem the bleeding. An EMT with heightened training, a paramedic, took over from there. 3 separate hospitals, Frisbee, then transferred to Portsmouth, then transferred to Boston for the intensive medical intervention that was required, is what saved Kyle's life. And so to be clear about this, the evidence will show Kyle didn't die for his lack of trying, but because of medical intervention. Let me talk then, just briefly, summarize this issue. The evidence will show that no, there was absolutely nothing to justify what was nearly an execution in the street out in front of Kyle's home. That's because the defendant wasn't responding to a reasonable belief, reasonable evidence that Kyle was about to imminently use deadly force against him. And let me be clear, this proposition, this law will come from the judge, not me, and it's not merely legalese, some hyper-technical statement, we gotcha for this action. This is a principle, a guardrail that we all live by, that restrains violence in our community, in our state, and should have in this case. Retribution, getting angry about somebody's scary words, is not the same thing as self-defense. That is another guiding principle in this particular case. You're going to hear more specifically about these words. And these words are unsettling according to Jason. Jason has claimed that Kyle came out angry. Angry about where Kyle expected Jason to plow, push, deposit a pile of snow. And according to Jason, Kyle used offensive, threatening, and scary language. Bear with me, I'll quote Jason's claim. This, he claims, was verbatim. If you leave that fucking snow in front of my fucking driveway again, I'll fucking kill you and your family. That's what Jason claims he said. But in this fleeting, and I mean the confrontation that starts this is about 3 to 4 seconds of these words. In that confrontation, Kyle was never armed. He never appeared to be armed. Never brandished a weapon. Never hinted that he had a weapon or claimed that he had a weapon. There was no imminent threat of actual deadly force married to, even if you accept those horrible words. Those are the core issues. Those acts of coming up behind him, standing over him while he's on the ground, having shot him in the face, and putting 5 additional rounds into his body, in contrast to the facts about what he was actually facing. That's this case. And let me now, if I could, talk to you about some background and some more detail about how it is we got here. He just went out to their homes. They had been neighbors for about 1.5 years. As I mentioned, I think in the previous statement, that the Violettes lived at 43, the one as you face the houses to the left. Kyle, yes, the victim, lived there with his partner of some 22 years, Angela, and Kendra, who was 17 at the time, his daughter, kind of split some time for educational reasons, and a son who need not be named here because he didn't witness anything. Next door, 41, the Levesques. Jason's parents lived downstairs, and Jason lived with his daughter, Kira, 19 at the time, in the building, in the home to the right as you face it from the street. And we heard a little bit about this, that on April 4th of 2024, last year, we got a doozy, a snowstorm, some 18 inches, the heavy wet stuff. Big deal, right? Well, Jason was out plowing. It's one of the jobs he had. He plowed all day. He had essentially been plowing for about 24 hours, working for about 24 hours. And he stopped on the way home to pick up his daughter, who was working at a local pizza place, 9:30, 10 o'clock to bring her home. And when he arrived home with Kira still in the vehicle in the passenger seat, he did a couple of runs in front of the house with his plow. He first went up the street, did a run across and removed some snow in front of his driveway, and then he turned around and did probably 3 or 4 runs towards Kyle's home, towards 43. And it created a pile of snow next to that telephone pole that was pointed out to you, all right? But while this was going on, while Jason was plowing, Kyle's looking out the window, that bay window that we pointed out, and he sees the plowing activity going on, and he sees the pile of snow by the pole, and he sees the defendant, Jason, stop his truck, which is an older style big rig plow, where in order to put it in four-wheel drive, he's got to get out and manually turn the switch on the front wheels. And so there's this break in the plow. He knows, Kyle knows, that Jason is going to go down the driveway and back plow more snow out. And based on the last snowstorm, where he put it in front of his driveway and he had to deal with it, he was angry. He anticipated that Jason was going to push the whole pile because it had been set up and cleared in front of his driveway. And he was going to have to get out there and basically do it himself. And so he goes outside. We see this on video based on this prior incident where he had, in fact, asked him, hey, can you move this stuff? Here, according to Kira, his daughter, who was interviewed, her account of it was, yeah, they asked us to move it last time, but we didn't do it. After all, snow melts. And that didn't sit well with Kyle. So he goes out and to confront Jason about this situation. And here he goes. We can see him in the video walking out rapidly, putting on a hoodie as he goes. You can see from there, he's not armed, other than being angry. You can see by maybe his pace, he's annoyed. And all of a sudden, because he's gone out, Angela and Kendall, the Violette daughter, look out that bay window too and watch much of this go down. And as Kyle walks out, putting on his hoodie, he approaches Jason, who's at the truck. He's kneeled down by that hubcap, behind the plow, but just in front of his door. His daughter remains in the car, briefly steps out. And here's the thing, as Kyle approaches, his hands are out. And Jason admits he can see his hands. He's not armed. And on the walk over, he makes no gesture like that he's packing anything. His hands are visible. And he approaches, and according to Jason, Kyle makes this claim: if you put that fucking snow on my property, I'm gonna fucking kill you and your family. That exchange is face to face, right at the plow. You'll be able to see it from multiple angles. During that 3-second encounter, Kyle doesn't display a weapon, doesn't hint he has a weapon, doesn't claim he has a weapon. If you put that, I'm going to use this, that, or any other weapon to carry out this threat. It's words. After this 3 to 5 second exchange, time it, judge it for yourself, it's on video. Kyle walks away. He steps about 15 feet back. You can kind of assess that measurement because from the back driveway forward, just past that evergreen, you'll see Kyle still in view from all the way back of the driveway of 41. And so if you took kind of an eyeball measurement, it's about 15 feet from the corner of that fence to the angle of the evergreen. And that's about where he's standing. And you can see him in the video gesturing to the snow. That driveway, my driveway, and he's doing that kind of gesturing. The video, audio doesn't quite pick it up. But you know he's talking about snow not going over there. And at some point during this pointing and gesturing, he stops and walks back towards his house, kind of pacing, certainly agitated. But he then takes a turn back. He walks probably 4 steps back towards Jason, still kind of gesturing. Still, no weapons visible, nothing to suggest he was armed, that he obtained a weapon, that he was holding a weapon, that he claimed he had a weapon. And as he walks back, he reaches a distance of approximately 15 feet away from Jason. And it's at this point that Jason steps away from his truck and forward, closes the distance to him slightly, and raises his firearm and points it out, brandishes it. And guess what? It did what you would hope it would do. Kyle stops. You can clearly see that right at the edge of that pine tree. You can see him emerge and then step back. And it's at this point, there's a pause between brandishing the firearm because there's sufficient distance that nothing happens. Not long, but enough to see Kyle stop and turn away. He has been warned. He's received the warning, and he's responded appropriately. He's turned away. But from this two-hand stance, despite Kyle stopping, despite him turning back to his home, Jason Levesque fires. I told you it strikes him in the face, penetrates from the left to the right, smashing through his jaw, his teeth, lodging next to his carotid artery. He goes down. And you'll have a sense of where he goes down, not from the videos, but from body cam of police officers showing up. You'll be able to see in various sweeps of body cam the blood distribution on the ground, where it starts, just the other side of that white line, and it drags diagonally towards Kyle's home. Kyle's clearly on the ground now, obviously incapacitated. Not getting up, he's not bum rushing the defendant. He's on the ground now with a very serious injury. The hemorrhaging is going into his throat. Later has to be cleared by EMTs. They have to literally turn his body on its side to drain his throat. And yet, the collection of videos will show that despite this situation, Jason advances, takes multiple steps towards him. As he's on the ground, he's beginning to crawl on his belly, his hands and knees. You see these videos where he unloads 5 more rounds, all of them striking his body. Kyle is able to crawl, I don't know, 10 more feet, right about at that pole on the sidewalk. So he's come off the road at an angle, and he basically curls up. And I told you that Kendra and Angela were watching from Violette's window. They obviously, when they see the first shot, they start rushing out, and they meet him as he on the ground, and everybody starts calling 911. Angela, Kendra, other neighbors who have heard these rounds go off. And I don't know if you noticed how close this address on Summer Street is to Rochester PD. We'll hear testimony about it if you didn't, but it's just around the corner. And Rochester PD responds with multiple units in minutes. They get there. And here's where the paths from this event, for Kyle, Violet, and Jason Levesque, deviate. We've heard about this awful intersection. Now they split. And here's what happens with Kyle. He is launched on the path of a medical odyssey that has an ending. And I want to be clear about this. You will see evidence, graphic evidence of these injuries. You'll see body cam images of treatment. You'll see photos from the hospital, and you'll hear detailed accounts. And I want to assure you that the reason is not shock and awe to offend you, to provoke you to reach a certain verdict, to trigger your passions. It's this. This medical evidence is relevant to show, to prove his deadly intent. The repetition, the location, the nature of a 9mm bullet ripping through somebody's body is relevant to show intent to kill. That's why it's coming in, and it will come in. And so let me just foreshadow this. You will see and hear from a guy named Sergeant Hurley, Williams Hurley, who's a combat medic overseas and has some real specialized training and triaging on the street. He's doing his thing. He cuts Kyle's clothes off. He is identifying gunshot wounds and doing compression bandages to stem the flow. He's the one who realizes he's literally choking on his blood and tips him over to drain his throat. He's the one who takes over on the scene. And the next person who arrives is this EMT, an actual paramedic, also with prior military and intensive training in acute trauma and triage. And she makes the decision, this guy needs to leave and leave now. Hurley says, if things didn't happen quickly, this man is going to die. And so they take him from the scene rapidly in a ambulance to the closest facility, a community hospital. Perhaps most of you are familiar with Frisbee Memorial. And there a guy named Dr. Freeze starts to perform medical services as well. And he does a quick assessment of these gunshot wounds. They do some things there, primarily pumping in enormous amounts of blood. They quickly reach the conclusion that these are life-threatening injuries, that there are diffuse bullet fragments through the body, that there are injuries, candidly, that they're not capable or confident about addressing. So they immediately, or very quickly, emergency evacuate him to our community higher level of care facility, which is Portsmouth. At Portsmouth, another doctor takes over. And in similar fashion, they assess, they do a surgery. I told you about some of these injuries, the bullet going through his face, breaking his jaws, but also landing near and dissecting part of his carotid artery. That he's shot, I told you, from behind. 2 wounds are literally in his buttocks, his back, that go through and penetrate partially his pelvic area, and also one is suspected of rupturing his bowel. So they do kind of this emergency surgery at Portsmouth. Look, it's graphic, but one of the bullet literally just obliterates his left testicle. It causes serious hemorrhaging. They have to do surgery, remove it, and stem the bleeding. They do that at Portsmouth, but they quickly conclude that if he doesn't get more emergent care, he'll likely die there. So they medevac him to Boston, and you will hear the summary. I don't want to belabor these issues. I point them out to show the seriousness, not just of injury, but intent. And so you're going to hear more about the injury to the clavicle, to the abdomen, to the enormous amount of bleeding and damage that was done internally. And that's for you to assess, not just the criminal acts, the criminal intent in this case. That's pretty much Kyle's journey. He's in the hospital down in Boston for about a month, discharged to home in the condition he was, which you'll hear about. Jason, at the same time that I told you people were literally descending on Kyle's prone body to save his life, there's another part of the reaction from the police, not surprisingly, that focuses on Jason. So let's go back to that scene right after the shooting. He finishes up with 5 rounds into Jason's essentially back and side as he's twisting. And then he takes a gun and he walks away, walks back to his truck. You're going to hear evidence about Jason's path. It's a different path. It's one he takes where he attempts to evade accountability, escape responsibility by recasting Kyle's actions to sound like he engaged in imminent deadly behavior, that he created an imminent threat to his life. But you're going to hear evidence in more detail in this regard. Let me first share with you that Kyle returns to his, Jason returns to his truck, which is still parked out in the street, the edge of the sidewalk. And his daughter's has returned, has gone. She was only briefly outside when this whole thing happened. She got back in the truck, understandably, and witnessed much of this. And she'll tell you that when Jason got back into the truck, he turns to her and says, "Should I run now?" He turns to his 19-year-old and says, "Should I run?" Not like, I defended myself, did what I had to do. It's, should I run? His daughter, his 19-year-old, turns to him and says, "No." He says, "Well, what should I do?" She says, "This is your path. I don't know. Should I call 911? I don't know what you should do." And so he pulls into, doesn't call 911, pulls into the driveway and waits. He certainly doesn't have to wait long. Sirens have been going on now. Lights are on. It's around the corner. And the police come in and they do take him into custody. And he cooperates, seemingly, physically, sure. He puts the gun in the car. He steps out, seems polite and cooperative. But here's what happens next. A guy named Detective Garston and Flathers take him back to Rochester PD. They take him up to an interview room. And they don't know what's going on yet. You know, when they first get on the scene, they don't even know who the shooter is or who's injured. They didn't see Kyle initially. He's over by that pole. That's how kind of uninformed they are. And so they bring him back and just kind of say, "Well, tell us, what happened?" And he describes much of what we've already talked about. He says that, "Look, I'm plowing, I'm minding my own business, I'm in front of my home, and I'm with my daughter, and out comes my neighbor, and he, while I'm doing the four-wheel drive thing, he comes up and nose to nose, and he repeats this. He's very clear on this, that the threat is conditional. Hey, if you move this over there, I'm going to fucking kill you." There's no doubt that this was conditional, and from those are the words that were said. No doubt that they were unsettling and grossly inappropriate. But what he also told the police is, "Yeah, no, I didn't see a weapon. He didn't take out a weapon, and he didn't claim to have a weapon." But this is what he claims next. That Kyle turned away after that and walked back to his house. But then for whatever reason, he turned back and he looked really angry. He looked like he was going to come and fight me, had his fists on it. Just the look in his eye, I knew he was going to attack me. Then he says, "That's why I pulled the gun out." Okay, fair. By the way, legal. Well, what happened after you pulled the gun out? Did you go towards him? No, I never closed the distance. Well, what did he do? This is what he claimed. He quickened his pace. Kyle, once he saw the gun, started rushing at me. He quickened his pace. And I could tell in his eyes it was you or me. I could tell he was going to come over and take the gun. He was more aggressive. He was going to hurt me. He was going to take the gun. That's what he claimed to the police. This is after he pointed the gun at Kyle. That's the claim. Oh, and he continued to come at me in such an aggressive fashion that then I had to fire the gun. And he admits to shooting Jason. He said, "I hit him." And after I fired the gun, Jason says, I turn around back towards my truck. But I look back and Kyle, despite being hit, he's not even phased. Hasn't flinched. He's now continuing after me again. And I feel frightened. I feel like he's going to attack me because he's still on his feet. Shot didn't seem to stop or hurt him. Might have flinched because of the noise. That's why I fired the rest of the shots, he says. I fired the shots into his lower body as he approached me, and only then did he turn and start walking towards his house, holding his abdomen, situation diffused, self-defense manifest. Here's the problem. While he's making that statement to the police about Kyle bum rushing him despite having a gun out, continuing to take an assaultive stance and attitude after being shot in the face, there's an investigation going on. The rest of the Rochester PD is back down at the scene, assessing evidence. You can see the crawling smear of blood, not standing, not walking. And more importantly, they get surveillance tape. They get surveillance tape in the middle of this interview with Jason. And somewhere in the middle of this interview, detectives Garston and Flathers are actually informed. They take a break and they go out. And what do they see? They see one of the videos from 43 that catches it. They also police have also obtained the driveway video from 41 that goes from the back, that shed out. They obtained the video from the corner, high corner down into the driveway. They obtained the video from the porch, and they obtained the video from 43. Pretty much a panorama. They also obtained a video from 38 down the street that just captures audio, that 5-second pause between shot 1 and 2. But here's the deal. None of these videos are perfect, but together with the scene and the interlocking nature of it, here's what you can absolutely see is that Kyle comes out, just as Jason says, and they're nose to nose for a very brief period of time, a couple of seconds. You can't hear this audio of their account, which is notable because it captures, for instance, the discharge of a firearm. So whatever's being said isn't being said at such a volume that the audio can pick it up. And yet you see Kyle walk away after this nose-to-nose encounter, gesturing at the snow, and he walks further towards his house, and he turns and takes several steps back, and then Jason steps away from his vehicle with a firearm and advances 1-2 steps towards Kyle. He pulls the gun, and what do you see? You see him charging towards him, continuing to, attack an armed man now? No. You see Kyle stop cold in his tracks. There is a pause. Tick-tock. Nobody moves. Kyle then moves and clearly turns away back towards his house, and that is when you can see in one video a muzzle flash and hear the firearm and see Kyle go to the ground. The brandishing worked. It's visible in the video. The first shot fully incapacitates him. He drops to the ground. He's on his side. He takes additional shots. You can see the defendant advance towards him some 3, 4, 5 steps, aim over him from behind into his back, his buttocks, his testicle, his abdomen, his shoulder, all shot. He never got up, never advanced as Jason claimed to police. And so the injuries are what I described them to be. The videos show something very, very different than what Jason claimed to the police to create circumstances that would justify this kind of behavior. The defense has taken these videos and they've sort of put them together in what they term as an enhancement. I'm going to ask you to carefully look at each one of these videos as they're introduced into evidence. And when you have an opportunity back there to really take a look at even shadow movements confirming that he stopped and turned. The tree, seeing just him coming forward and then turning and stepping back. These reference points all come together to show that this shooting was absolutely unnecessary and wholly unjustified. And so now we reach a different point in this path. They intersect again. Kyle and Jason's paths intersect here. And it may sound corny, but this intersection is called justice. The direction you take forward on this path, because it's now primarily your path to take, will be determined by the evidence, the law, and your common sense. You apply these principles, these values, into not just the expectations, but the requirements on the street of how we deal with threats, with words. We'll ask you at the end of this case to find that this shooting was attempted murder and a horrible assault that was criminal. Further ask that you not let this process confuse the notion of violent and deadly retribution, reaction with self-defense. Speaking angry words, without the deadly means to actually cause imminent deadly force are two different things. Brandishing the firearm in this case worked, stopped him for all these reasons. We're going to come back at the end of this case and ask you to apply those three principles: the law, the evidence, and your common sense, and return verdicts, just verdicts, guilty.
Thank you, counsel. Attorney Sisti? You may. Thank you. But I'd like to make it short, so I want to keep on track. So 5 minutes, we'll be back here to resume with the defense open. Okay? Thank you all. And the jury, please be let out. Council always don't mention the same life. No, I appreciate it. If you need it, let time. Thank you.
Yep.
No.
I mean, the other.
You're just gonna go.
Please rise for the oath of court. All right, we're ready to do the jury match. Very good. Over 131, bring in, please.
Please rise, jury enter. Please be seated.
Whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Got a few things to say. Let me say that was quite an opening. Interesting. Barely touches on what took place on April 4th, 2024. It touches it. Let me start by saying just a few things. Okay? Let me lay it down here for you in a very basic, common sense, everybody knows fashion. You know, there's a saying that goes around. It goes around in New Hampshire quite a bit. You don't mess with a mama bear's cubs. You ever hear that? Bad news. You do that. I'll tell you something else you don't do. You don't mess with a father's daughter's life. You don't threaten a father's daughter's life. You don't threaten a son's elderly parents, and you don't threaten Jason. And even Kyle should have known that. You know what? He did know that. But what was Kyle? What was Kyle? Kyle was a man who had a heart that was full of hate. He had a brain that was bathed in rage. And he had a mouth that was spewing venom on the evening of April 4th, 2024. And to sugarcoat what went on that evening, a little after 10 o'clock p.m., and say it was a petty, conditional threat is the understatement of this decade. What happened that night, ladies and gentlemen, I will give you some background. I will tell you what happened. And you will understand why somebody like Jason, protecting himself, his daughter, and his family, was pushed into a position where he reasonably believed that serious bodily injury or death was about to take place. And when that happens in this state, folks, the judge is going to tell you, you get to use deadly force. And that's exactly what Jason did. Kyle got what he deserved. And any reasonable human being that acted like Kyle should have expected to get the same. Should have expected to get the same. And anybody in the position that Jason Levesque was in can certainly utilize deadly force. You do not, ladies and gentlemen, have to stand back and wait for a screwdriver to get stuck inside you, or a sucker punch to the throat, or who knows what's in his pocket to decide that you're going to use a firearm. That's not the rule. Never has been in this state, never will be. You know, we all reasonably believe that we know what's going on in the cool, quiet confines, hours or days or months away from an event. But this happened in seconds. This happened quickly. This happened where you don't get to roll it over in your mind. This happened where you don't get to frisk his pants and see if he has something in it, or his jacket. This happens, and it happened that night when a raging maniac, out of nowhere and for no good reason, was threatening the life of Jason and his family. Now that's the context that we're talking about. Not some petty, conditional threat. We're talking about a death threat. And when you reasonably believe that somebody is talking serious to you, you get to react serious. And that's the law. That is the law. Whether it be 1 bullet, 6 bullets, or 20 bullets, you get to utilize them. I'll give you a little aside, by the way. Kyle wasn't straight with the police. Kyle wasn't straight with the police. The police and the prosecution have been hoodwinked by him. He didn't tell them, hey, I angrily confronted Jason Levesque.
Objection.
Kyle, you heard what the prosecutor said about Jason and what he heard? You heard a lot more. You heard a lot more. Kyle didn't say that he was going to fucking kill Jason's family. I want you at the end of this case to see who was straight and who wasn't straight. That's for you folks to judge. You're going to judge the night of April 4th, 2024 on the videos and on the testimony. But let me tell you about that night. Let me tell you about the 24 hours before this took place. The 24 hours before this took place, Jason Levesque was working hard, 24 hours in a row, plowing snow, hitting all of his accounts in Rochester over and over again. It was a continuous snowstorm, cycling through and clearing all night long, and all day long, working hard. The last thing he ever wanted to do was have a confrontation with an enraged maniac coming out of his house. And you're going to see the video. It's not some calm guy strolling over to Jason Levesque saying, please don't put snow on my driveway. That's not what you're going to see. You're going to see Jason Levesque finally getting home after 24 hours, finally trying to get inside the house with the daughter that he's raised, finally trying to get inside the house where his elderly parents live, and by the way, where his 5-year-old nephew was that night, so that he could finally get some sleep after working for 24 hours. You're going to see Jason Levesque get out of his truck after making a couple of moves with the plow. And this is kind of important, like real important, because you're going to see the driveway, Kyle's driveway, unmolested by Jason. Jason didn't dump one flake of snow on Kyle's driveway. Not one. Nothing. You're going to see Kyle quickly moving out of his apartment, his residence, and be the initial aggressor in this entire scenario. He wanted nothing to do with him, and he didn't even see him coming. Jason's minding his own business. Jason's there with his daughter. Jason's there with his daughter that was also working that night. Jason's trying to get his daughter safely back into the house, when an enraged individual, unannounced for no reason, comes right up to Jason. And folks, the description of face-to-face doesn't even get close. Kyle literally, when you see this video, Kyle literally sticks his nose right into the cheek of Jason. And we contend as he's doing that, as he is having actual physical contact, you say face to face, how about face on face that he initiated, is threatening his life, threatening his daughter's life, threatening his family's life. He doesn't even know why. Jason hasn't done anything. And you're going to see that he hasn't done anything. The one thing on that video that is crystal clear is that Jason's done nothing. Nothing. Nothing to even deserve I'm going to fucking kill your family, like the prosecutor said. Not even that. But quite frankly, you'd interpret it, and any reasonable person would interpret that Kyle was out of his mind. That he was acting beyond stupid. That you couldn't predict what he was going to do because the initial act itself was unpredictable. It was without reason. There's no foundation for what he was doing. Screaming and threatening when Jason did nothing. Nothing. Nothing worthy of a complaint. But instead of a complaint, a death threat. That's what you're getting. That's what starts all this. But it just doesn't end. Now, is it a quick event? Yeah, it's a quick event. Is it a violent event? Of course it's a violent event. That's what we're doing here. Who started it? I'm going to ask you at the end of this case. Who was the initial aggressor? Who threatened the life of another individual? Who could reasonably believe that the threat could have been actually executed, carried out, where serious bodily injury could have taken place, or death? Can you come to the conclusion that deadly force was utilized reasonably? Yes. But the interesting question and the legal question that's going to be placed before you is that can the prosecution eliminate self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt? That means, can you, after placing yourself or somebody in the position that Jason was in, eliminate beyond a reasonable doubt the need for deadly force? I'm going to ask you at the end of this case to answer that question. And I'm going to ask you to say, no way did they disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that self-defense should not have been utilized. You know, nobody wants to be in that position that Jason was in. Nobody wants to be in a position where you have to use lethal force. Nobody. But you do get pushed up against the wall sometimes. And that's what happened in Rochester last year. And when he got up in the morning on the 23rd of October and was called into work to go over and over and over and plow for hour after hour after hour, he never, ever expected anything like that tirade that took place that evening. It's inexcusable. Was Kyle shot? Was he shot multiple times? Were there heroic medical procedures that were pursued? Yes, there were. That's not the case. That's not the prosecution's main point. I'll give you a little aside. Maybe you didn't hear it. If Jason wanted to kill him, he could have that night. Little fun fact for you. He had another magazine with him. He could have just popped it in the 9mm and emptied that. He didn't want anything to do with it. He didn't try to escape. He stayed right there in the driveway of his own home, waiting for the police to arrive. No attempt to evade at all. That's a fact. You're gonna find that fact. You don't have to sit around and imagine evasion of the police, or attempting to escape, because it never happened. Waited for the police, took the firearm, kept it inside the truck. When he saw the police, he got out of the truck, cooperated 100%. Told him where the firearm was, went to the police station. Evading the police. I mean, I would argue that he was still in shock, but he sure wasn't evading the police. That's a heck of a lot of 15 seconds of activity that he just went through. Evading the police. He went to the police station. He sat down with the police. Did he lawyer up? Did he say, I'm not going to talk to you, I want a lawyer? No. Did he go through a long discussion with him? Yeah. And let me give you another little side fact. He offered his video film from his cameras to the police. This guy, the video film we're talking about, he offered it to the police. It wasn't some grand investigation. And he spoke to him. And he told him he was threatened. And he told him that his family was threatened. And he told him that he shot Kyle. He told him all those things. And was he scared? Yep. And was it Kyle's intent to scare the hell out of him? Yep. And did Kyle succeed in doing that? Yep. And did Kyle succeed in convincing him that he was in danger? Yep. I'm going to ask you to imagine at the end of this case, going home after a long day's work, and out of nowhere, having somebody confront you, screaming and enraged, and threatening your family out of nowhere. I'm going to ask you at the end of this case, just how long your blood pressure and your heart rate would be elevated after that. And what was going on in your head after that. And how you would react after that. Because that's what it comes down to. Because the true test, when we get down to self-defense, has to do with reasonableness. And it's an interesting instruction you're going to get. I'll give you some of that. The judge is going to give it all. Did Jason actually believe that the other person was about to use unlawful, deadly force against him? Now, let me just stop there. If somebody says they're going to kill you and kill your family, you can come to that conclusion. Did he actually believe? Did he actually believe that he was in danger of death or serious bodily injury? Roll that over. There's some interesting aspects of self-defense. And it can't be analyzed, like I said, in some Spartan lab after the fact. It has to be analyzed as if you're living through the same events as the individual that is asserting the self-defense. So you got to live in the shoes of Jason Levesque. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those. Cooperated with the police. And yet, his path was different than a medical path. Pat is one of defending himself in the court of law and forcing the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And he has no burden. We all know that. He doesn't have to produce anything. We know that. But as we move through the case, you'll see things will be produced on the part of Jason Levesque. Now the videos, they're not going to tell the whole story. I'm afraid we don't have a beginning to the end. And I'm afraid that you don't have audio, because I wish you did. If you had audio, I would assert you would have heard multiple threats from Kyle against Jason, that he turned back more than once and threatened to kill him and his daughter. If you had audio, that would have been a really great gift for you. You would have understood it even better. But you can just imagine and reasonably come to the conclusion that Kyle didn't just turn around and walk back to his house and tuck himself in for the evening. He just couldn't give up on Jason. He'd walk back, turn around, he'd shout out some more threats. Turn around, walk back, shout out some more threats. Taunting, threatening, continues. That's what Jason was here. It wasn't a good night. It's terrible. Terrible night for both of us. Don't get caught up. Don't get caught up in some of this stuff. I understand the magical medical procedures. Understand the life-threatening wounds. Understand all of that. That goes with this turf. But in the end, the bottom line is going to have to be this. As the prosecution disproved self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. And as you go through this trial, I'm going to ask you to filter that, all the facts through that legal principle. Filter it. And ask yourself, if and when Kyle takes the stand, do you trust him? Do you trust him? Is he giving you the full story? Or is he giving you the petty little argument that was referred to in the opening? Pay particular attention to all of the circumstances in this case, because if you do, at the end of this case, you will come to the ultimate conclusion. You will come to the ultimate conclusion that Jason Levesque acted in self-defense. That a reasonable person in his position would have perceived that he was in danger of death or serious bodily injury. So again, thank you for sitting in on this. You're going to see graphic images. You're going to see medical stuff. You're going to see all kinds of stuff in this case. But please keep an open mind. I'm begging you. Because if you keep an open mind, you're going to give us a just result. The just result in this case is going to be not guilty. Thank you. Thank you.
Apparently, he shot this guy like 6 times. Self-defense, my ass. Is the court in recess or is it just the top of his skull?
Two things, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to instruct you, as I told you previously, at the end of this case, I'm going to instruct you on what the law is and what the legal standards are. That will include a full instruction from the court on what constitutes self-defense and what that legal standard is exactly. So while both counsel presented to you arguments about what they anticipate and what they believe to
Where have we seen that judge before? He's very familiar.
At the end of this case, you will get a full instruction from the court as to what self-defense is, and you're going to rely upon my instructions. That's what the law
He's very familiar.
That's to the court.
I can't see his name. The CCs are in the way.
Second is, even though we took a break a little while ago, we're going to take another short recess.
I can't see his name. The CCs are in the way.
Take a 5-10-minute recess, and we'll be back on track.
Oh, there's an echo. 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 I think so. I think you did, yes. I think so. I know he definitely lost one. Hence the name. Yeah. It actually got it was caught on video, so the whole thing gets played. And the guy survived. It actually got it was caught on video, so the whole thing gets played. And the guy survived. Yeah. Nut job.
Essentially right here, I know that
Where's the where?
it does. Trial, it's either gone, this is where essentially there was bailiffs were sitting right, and then table right behind her.
Well, we could move that.
That's your honor's discretion for it.
Yes.
The path is what it's for.
I'm happy to do that. So let's set that up. If you put it over here, so that the jury can see it, defense can move over there. If I want to see it, I'll just step down.
Okay.
Over there. Thank you. Yeah, if you put it way back there,
It's difficult to see anyone.
that's the one you're using?
Yes. So we're likely going to be having it essentially here is where we would like it.
Very good. That's fine. Thank you.
Are they finishing up? Don't tell me they're finishing up. Are you for real? Are they finishing up? Don't tell me they're finishing up. Are you for real? They both do. Really? They're not just going on a recess? They fucking Really? Just going on a recess? What's the matter? What? 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 What's the matter? What? This. What? They can hear you. You squeaker. Yes, they can hear you. Being a sook. You squeaker. Yes, they can hear you. Being a sook. You squeaker. Well, they would have shut it down, I think, if they weren't coming back. I've got a feeling it might just be an afternoon break. But you're just going to have to suck it up because I'm not getting up to change it. I've got a feeling it might just be an afternoon break. But you're just going to have to suck it up because I'm not getting up to change it. It's actually one of the nicer ones, isn't it? It's like play school, remember? Being used to, which window will we look through today? I know that was romper room. It's actually one of the nicer Oh dear, the magpies have started. That means the sun's about to come up. I best go sleeps. Or Teddy's going to be really angry with me. She's coming to pick me up, get my nails done. Night night, mon chéri. Mwah.
Okay. We think that's going to work okay? in terms of the television?
I believe so, Your Honor. It may just require some coordination between you and the witness, because we both of you standing
Oh,
down here.
right.
Attorney Brock and I did test it, there were able to see it from all spots that they're sitting in.
Okay,
So,
very good.
if you're comfortable with this?
How soon into the first witness's testimony do we anticipate the videos coming in? Okay. All right, so I'll probably start out, I'm gonna start out up here, and at some, when you get to the video part, I'll probably move. Oh, you're obstructed from seeing the jurors, you mean?
Since we know where it's going to go, we can dial it back until.
And then pull it forward when it's time to play it. Is there enough cord to do that?
Yeah.
I think that would be the smart thing to do. We could pull it back for now, if there's enough cord, and then when you actually go to play it, we'll pull it forward, and everyone can then move. When you're moving the TV, we'll all move.
You know, I said that with some confidence, but I really have no idea.
I can do it, Your Honor.
Don't let them touch it.
I can do it.
You did say that very boldly.
Yeah. Okay.
That's good, that's fine.
And so what? We're gonna-
All right, very good. Ready to bring the jury in? Good. Very good. Let's proceed.
One, everyone.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're about ready to start. Counsel, you ready to call your next witness?
I am.
Or your first witness, I guess I should say more correctly.
Your Honor, the state calls Kendra Violet.
Okay. Come on down this way, ma'am. Just remain standing for a moment. Raise your right hand. Swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury. All right, you should be seated right there. Do me a favor, kind of scoot forward, so you're close to the microphone, and try to put your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Thank you.
Counsel, when you're ready, you can inquire.
Appreciate it. Can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter,
Yes.
please?
I'm Kendra Violet, and it's KYNDRA.
And would you mind spelling your last name
Yes,
for her as well?
VIOLETTE.
Where do you live right now?
I live at 277 Chestnut Hill Road with my grandmother.
And is there another address that you call home as well?
Yes, 43 Summer Street on the weekends and my vacation time.
All right. Tell me a little bit about that. You said you lived at a specific address with your grandmother. What town is that
It's in Farmington. I go there because I've proceeded school there ever since I was in 4th grade, and we've lived it with her for like 5 years.
in order to facilitate your education in the
Yes.
school?
Yes,
People you've met their friends in the Farmington school system?
Yes,
No teachers in that school system as well?
yes,
At some point while you were living in Farmington, were you living up there also with your parents?
yes.
And can you just tell us, if it's not obvious, who are your parents?
My parents are Angie LaChance and KYAL Violette.
And so was there a time when Angela and Kyle moved to that address in Rochester that you just talked about?
Yes,
And in order not to switch schools, you stayed with your grandmother?
yes.
And can I ask who else do you live with? Who else is in your family?
The only other person I live with is my brother.
Okay. And does he also do the same?
He does,
gig
yes.
back and forth?
Yes,
You mentioned you're doing this because of school.
yes.
Are you still in school?
I am, yes.
What grade are you?
I'm a senior.
What age does that put you at?
I'm 18, so 12th grade.
How do you like school?
I love school. I have all A's and B's right now.
Nice. What do you love about it? What kinds of things do you study?
Probably just the education and friends.
And do you have any kind of plan? It sounds like you're graduating this year.
I do. I started early college classes for social working, and I'm going to continue that in the summer as well.
Is that the social work
Yes.
education? Is that local? Are you still going to be around?
Yes, I am. It's through Great Bay Community College.
Understood.
Yes.
Then if I could move attention and focus attention to the address in Rochester. It's 43 Summer Street.
Yes, it is.
Can you describe for us a little bit about the interior? We went out there, took a look at the place from outside. We didn't go in. Can you
Of
just
course.
kind of give us a rough breakdown of how people are situated living in there?
Are you talking about like the living or like the layout of the house?
Let's start with living, and I'd like to do it from the time frame of April of last year.
Okay. So like what happened that day?
No, just before we get there, kind of fill in who lived there and where the rooming situation
Yeah,
was.
of course. So in that house at that time, it was my other grandmother living in the front studio apartment. And then there was a split house, and it was me, my mom, my dad, and my brother in there. And during that time, we all have different rooms upstairs. Downstairs is like the living room, just where everybody hangs out. But upstairs is where our rooms are.
And I don't want to bring up more sensitive issues for you, but I understand your grandmother who lived in the front unit has since passed away.
Yes.
And so, but at the time, when grandmother lived out front, you on the weekends and other times would live and have a room
Of
at
course.
43.
Yes.
Where was that room?
My
Upstairs?
room was upstairs. It was in the middle of my brother's and my parents' room.
And then let's again go back to April or last year. In addition to going to school and going back and forth, were you doing anything else? Were you working, for instance?
Yes, I have been working at Portsmouth Gaslight. It's a
Uh,
restaurant.
It's a restaurant.
Yes.
What do you do there?
I serve right now, but I used to host.
Anybody else work there that you know?
My mother,
What does she do
she
there?
bartends.
All right. And do you guys go in together?
Yes, we do.
What are your usual hours at the Gaslight when you're working?
Usually after school, it's like 4:30 to 9. Usually I do like 5 days a week. I have 2 days off.
And Indra, I do now want to, I just don't want to, intrude unnecessarily into your life. So let's keep this focused. I want to talk about April 4th of last year. What was going on earlier in the day for you, if you recall?
I went to school that day, I believe. I had school, it was a Thursday, and I went to my parents' house because we didn't have school on Friday, nor the weekend. So it was like a longer vacation for us to be over there. So it was like 3, we just got out of school. We went home, I didn't have work that day. So we all kind of just hung out in our rooms. I believe we were going to watch a movie later on in the night, but we ended up not. We just made dinner instead.
And remember anything about the weather?
I don't. It was it was cold. It was snowing.
Did that snow affect your, now recalling that it was snowing, did that affect your school schedule at all? Do you know?
I don't recall. I do not.
Okay. And so it sounds like you have a memory of the evening, the
Yes.
plans with your family,
Yes.
watch a movie, dinner.
Yes.
Tell me about what you were doing later in the evening.
I ate dinner and I went up to my room and I was gonna watch my own movie and I watched some TikToks on my phone and my parents were in their room at the time and my brother was in his room. I believe he was sleeping. It was already like 8 or 9 at the time.
Tell us what happened later that is obviously unusual.
Yeah, I was laying in my bed and my mom came in my room and she was just like, your dad's going to talk to the neighbor about plowing snow in the driveway. And I was like, okay. And we both walked downstairs. We were messing around in the living room, talking to each other. And I ended up looking out the window to see if anything was going on. And I saw my dad walking home to walk away. But I didn't see the prior situation of him going out there. I think when I was going down the stairs, he was about to go outside. So I just saw when he was walking away and when Jason pulled the gun out.
You saw the gun come up?
Yes.
Kendra, do you know whether or not your home, your parents utilized a home surveillance system?
Yes.
You said you were looking out a window to see some of these events. Can you describe that window for us if we were looking from the exterior of the building?
Yes, it's the window outside from our porch. It's like the huge window where you can see like the road and you can see some of the neighbors' houses across the street and the one across from us.
And that's the window you were looking out from?
Yes.
Is that also a window that utilized as a home security system?
It is, yes.
I feel like I interrupted you, and I don't want to necessarily have you talk or relive this, but can you describe to me again, I didn't quite follow what you saw when you looked out the window.
Yeah, when I looked out the window, I saw a truck open, the door open, and I saw Jason Levesque standing out of it. And I saw my dad walking to the house. He was just walking back on the side of the street, on the side of the road. And I saw Jason Levesque just pull the gun out. And that's when I yelled to my mom, he has a gun. And at the time, all I could do was just run out the door. So I ran out the door, and that's when my dad was already on the ground. And I looked at Jason and I said, you shot my dad like 3 times. You didn't say anything.
Do you need just a second? I want to ask you some more questions.
Of course.
You said you saw a truck.
Yes.
You described generally where you saw that truck.
It was parked on the side of the street. It was more on his side of the property, Jason Levesque, but it was also kind of hitting in the middle of ours. So it was kind of in between of his steps, but also in the middle of entrancing our driveway.
You said you kind of have a memory of some of these events, the actions, the moments, and then going out to see your dad.
Yes.
Can you describe your father when you went outside of your home?
He was laying there. He was laying on the ground. He was just like curled up in a ball.
And how did he appear to you?
Hurt.
How?
He was just bleeding everywhere. And he didn't say anything. and I was just holding it. And then I went to go get towels in the house because I didn't know what to do.
Did anybody else come outside?
My mom,
Your
she
mother?
came out after, yes,
Your mother, Angela?
yes.
And while your mother was outside, is that when you went to get towels?
That is, yes.
And then what did you do? What other actions, if any, did you take?
My mom was outside yelling, called the cops when I brought the towels back out. And I believe she was already on the phone with them, but that's when I started to dial 911 as well.
Did you complete that call to
I
911?
did, yes.
And share with me what happens after both you and your mother call 911.
I stayed on the call because the officer wanted me to stay on the call until the ambulance and the other police got there. So they came, I would probably say at least 2 minutes after the call.
And during that time, from when you came out and the 2 minutes, did your dad move, change locations?
No, he was just facing the snowbank and just curled up in a ball still.
On the ground?
Yes.
And you said that the police arrived some 2 minutes later by
Yes.
your estimate. Can you just briefly describe for us what happens next?
Yeah, my dad was laying there and that's when one of the cops came up and they took off his shirt, ripped it off, and the ambulance were putting him on one of those chairs to put him in the ambulance.
Did you observe for a period of time officers and EMTs attempting to treat your dad?
No, not much afterwards.
And then after you were outside, can you tell us what other contact you may have had with police officers or law enforcement investigating this?
I don't think I had contact other than when one cop came in my house to ask like questions about what happened and asked if he had camera footage and all that.
Do you know whether or not you viewed or officers viewed the footage and whether that was turned over to?
Yes, it was turned over that night. My mother handed over my dad's phone.
Some of the events that you have described, do you believe they were captured on the video, the home surveillance system?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to reorient and perhaps Attorney Sistian and Mr. Levesque would like to reorient. If we can have a few minutes. I'll say that this is the bane of my existence. We'll move it forward, and if the court can inquire whether there are any issues with the view of it, we'll try and accommodate. Could you give us a minute? Yes. With the court's permission, I'm going to ask that the witness step into the well, Your Honor. Thank you. I am. Well, Your Honor, we'll pause it at the first image and reconfirm. I'm sorry, Mike. I can bring the mic back.
We're going to need to dim the lights eventually? Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with that.
Okay. Kendra, can I ask you to step down with the judge's permission away from the witness stand?
Members of the jury, can you all, down the end, can you all see that? Very good.
And it's possible, it's best if you kind of move forward into the well, but not block jurors. And I am showing you, Your Honor, this has been pre-marked for identification as states number 2.
Thank you.
Kendra, you've described your view outside a window that's consistent with surveillance video from your home. Do you recognize this image? And can you explain for the record what you are seeing? And is this inquiry with the court or the court reporter whether or not the witness needs a mic? Yes, Mike? I'm going to move this and try and keep my voice up. I think you just identified this as that bay window in your house that's adjacent to the porch from outside if you were looking at the house. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And is this then not only consistent with the view, but with what you understand to be the surveillance video from your home?
Yes, that is the only one I have seen.
Ask counsel, co-counsel, if we could proceed.
Well, at this point, Your Honor, let me just, it's for ID, and I don't mind this being stricken all the way. I want this as a full exhibit.
Agreed.
So is it agreed this is now a full exhibit? Yes?
It's full exhibit.
Very good. This will be marked as State's Exhibit 2, the full exhibit.
Could we play?
You're allowed to play it. Fast forward.
Sorry at the beginning.
Thank you. Brother, for that.
You recognize that vehicle that just came into view from right to left?
I do, yes.
What is that vehicle?
I believe that is Jason's truck.
Can you identify the house on the far side of this driveway in the foreground?
Yes, I can.
Whose house is that?
That is Jason's house.
At 41?
Yes.
Peter, is this lighting consistent with what you recall?
Yes.
And you recognize that as the same vehicle?
I do.
Yeah, can you pause? You had said that earlier that you were able to see essentially Jason get out of his truck. Are you able to identify his door opening in this image?
I do not. When I was watching further to the right-hand side of the window, so I was seeing the very.
Can you play? Can you stop it? And who is this who just left, apparently your home? And now in the left-hand image, and it may require you to move forward, are you able to identify Mr. Levesque in the far left next to the porch?
I was not out at that time, so no.
Okay. You said you were able to see him from the window.
Yes.
Can we keep playing?
Yep, there he goes. I don't know, he's all the way up there. You better not do anything stupid. Oh, you better not do anything fucking dumb. Cause everybody's gonna. No, he's getting drunk. He hasn't got out of the cab. Ah! He just shot him! He just shot him! Hey!
Can you rewind that to? Yeah, right there. Were you able to see, Kendra, your dad and Jason in the far image when you were inside?
I was watching that.
Yeah.
It was.
Okay. And whose voice is that in the, I guess, background or the overlay of this video?
My mom.
Was fair to say your mom was also with you watching out this window?
She was not watching. She was just in the living room.
Okay. And can we advance it forward again? What's that? Yeah. Back from when they were at the truck, though.
You better not do anything stupid. Oh, you better not do anything fucking dumb. Cause everybody's gonna. No, he's getting drunk. He hasn't got out of the cab. Ah! He just shot him! He just shot him! Hey!
Can you identify who that is? And now?
My mom.
Is this when you came back into the home to get the towels?
I need to call it. Call 911.
And are you in fact calling 911 at this
Yes.
time? Okay. Your Honor, I believe by agreement, the ID is struck and this has been now moved as a full exhibit.
Correct.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
So we're done showing this at this point? Do we all go back to where we are, or is there more?
We can. I am good.
Good. Thank you for that.
I'd like it available for cross-examination.
It'll be available.
So we can light back up.
If I may, Your Honor. If I may. So you had testified earlier that the police arrived in short order. What happened to your dad afterwards?
He got taken to Frisbee Hospital, I believe.
And what did you do?
I actually stayed at home when my mom went to go
To
see
go?
my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
And I assume your brother was at home.
Yes.
And did you stay with your brother?
Yes.
Is that parts of that video a fair representation of what you saw and experienced that night?
No, I believe it's correct.
Thank you. I got a moment there. Thank you. Attorney Sisti has some questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, Sisti. How are you?
I'm okay.
Thank you.
Everybody calls me that. Hey, let me ask you something, okay? We never met before,
Yes.
okay? But that was horrific to watch, right?
Yes.
I mean, seeing your dad get shots is gonna be about the most terrible thing,
Yes, it is.
especially, I mean, a daughter and a father.
Yes, you are correct.
I mean, you're dedicated to him, right?
I love him, yes.
And he loves you like crazy.
Like crazy, yes.
And it's kind of a special bond, right?
Yes.
You were talking, you were calling Jason, but prior to the 4th of April, you didn't really know Jason, right?
I didn't know him too much, no.
No, I mean, there wasn't any real connection there between your family and his family.
No, not much, no.
Right. But you live next door.
Yes.
He never bothered you.
No, I have not had contact with him ever.
Let me ask you something straight up, okay? On that particular day, the 4th of April, at that particular time, there was a voice that the jury heard on that video, and it wasn't yours, was it?
What voice was it, sir?
Yeah, it would have said, "I hope he doesn't do anything stupid." Did you recall hearing that?
I did, but that was not my voice, no.
No. Do you know whose voice that was?
That was my mother.
All right. And again, I'm going to say this, and I don't want to offend you with words,
Okay.
but there was also a comment that was, "I hope he doesn't do anything fucking dumb."
Yeah.
And who would that have been?
Who would that be towards?
Yeah,
I do not know.
this was after your father left the house.
This was, yes,
Okay. And you saw the video.
I did.
It's absolutely terrible, I'm sure, for you to see. I may have to ask you to see it again. Is that okay?
That is, all right.
Okay, right. But I'm going to ask you a few things about it, and then I think I'm going to ask that it be played again, just so everybody understands what's going on here, okay?
That is okay.
Okay. We're looking out the window, and it does show your driveway, right?
Yes, it does.
And the driveway is not plowed in any way, shape, or form, right?
No, it is not. We were gonna have my friend's dad come plow it.
Right.
Yes,
And the Department of Public Works in Rochester had plowed that day,
yes,
and you could see where they plowed because there was a ridge of snow at the end of your driveway.
yes,
And that was there prior to Jason and the truck ever showing up, right?
Yes, we did have snow.
Yes, a great deal of snow.
Yes, we did.
And as you're watching that particular video, would it be fair to say you couldn't hear what was going on outside, right?
Yes, of course.
You don't know what your father said to Jason.
I do not know.
You don't know what Jason, if anything, would have said to your father, right?
You are right.
Hey, let me ask you something else. Did you ever meet Jason's daughter?
I have never.
Never.
No.
So what we saw in the video, and I'm probably going to have it rubbed up again. I hate to do this to you, if you understand. I really do. Okay. But what we saw was that your driveway wasn't plowed, and we saw Jason operating his plow truck out in the road, right?
Yes.
And there's that telephone pole, light pole, that's pretty visible in that video.
Yes, sir.
And you may not know this, but the jury went out with us this morning to that scene so we could all see it together.
Okay.
So now we're all talking about the same thing.
Of course.
And we know that that telephone pole, light pole is on the other side of your driveway, the Levesque side of the driveway.
It is. It's at the end of our driveway, yes.
Right. And we saw the plow truck plowing snow, and it only went up to the telephone pole, correct?
It did go a little past the telephone.
It wasn't blocking your driveway.
No, it wasn't, no.
And then what we see, did you actually see Jason get out of the truck?
I did not. I just saw them outside of the car together.
All right. So you saw your father approaching Jason, right?
No, I saw when my dad was walking away from Jason.
Okay, so you never even saw the initial contact.
No, I was upstairs in my room.
So you don't know how any of that started at all that evening, right?
I do not know. I just know it was obviously over snow.
Yeah, well, something was going
Yes,
on.
yes,
And obviously, there was a shooting at the end of it, right?
yes.
But you don't know what started it, right?
I do not know.
And you don't know how it got to the point where a firearm was used, right?
No, I do not, sir.
I'm going to, just for clarification, just so we make sure we know where the positions are and what took place, I'm going to ask to have that re-shown if I could. I may ask you a couple questions as it's going, so you may want to take.
That is totally okay.
Okay, thank you. And we can run it to the spot, or a little before the spot where you ended it. I just need the graphics up to that spot. We got to go all the way back
I apologize, to the beginning or
to
to?
the beginning.
Beginning, or do you want to?
No, the beginning's good. Okay, it takes a little time before we get to the action here. So, and again, this is your driveway, right? And it's unplowed. And it doesn't look like much action there. Some little tire tracks, but nothing out to the road, right? Okay. Not a lot of coming and going that day. Here we go. This would have been Jason's truck. Okay.
When jurors hear the witness's answer, yes, heard.
And again, you didn't see any of this either, did you?
I didn't know.
But it certainly shows that night, doesn't it?
Yes.
Where's your bedroom relative to this location?
Mine's upstairs, and you have a window on the top that points out that way, kind of.
Okay.
Or I was,
Okay, so you're actually looking out a window too.
at this time, no, I was in,
You're in bed.
yes.
Tell me when you start to look out the window.
I don't know my mom came in, and she said that.
Okay. Is this about where you get to see it?
No,
Yeah.
they were already talking.
They were already talking.
Yes.
Can you agree with me that Jason's truck is not obstructing anything on your property?
At the moment, yes.
And again, just to keep it up to speed, you still didn't see this part either, right? Good. Okay, now were you situated a little bit more to the right at this point? Okay, you saw your dad right here. Okay, can we stop it right there for a second? Thank you. Jason's truck, you can hardly even see, right?
You can hardly even see from the corner that it's at. I was at the other corner.
I get it, but it would have been entirely away from your property.
What do you mean?
It wasn't near your driveway, that.
You backed up, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was
So, yeah.
quite a bit of,
It wasn't in our property now.
no, it wasn't. And you'd agree with me that throughout the entire playing of this video that we've all been watching, that truck wasn't obstructing your driveway at all.
You can tell that the snow was being pushed that end of our driveway.
It was pushed at the telephone pole, correct?
A little past the telephone.
Well, I mean, the jury sees it. Where's the telephone pole?
It's right there.
Right, it's on the other side of your driveway.
Yes. But it's still our driveway because there's 2 lanes of our driveway.
The jury was out looking at it today.
We have 2 different parking spaces. We have a car where 4 cars park and we have a car where 3 cars park. We have 2 different.
Okay,
2 different parking spaces.
we got it. You understand we were out there today, right?
I do.
Okay, good. Okay, so we can't see Jason's truck at this, we see your father approaching the truck, right?
Yes.
You don't see Jason approaching your father at all, right? Okay, if you could continue playing.
Yeah, there he goes. I don't know, it's all the way up there.
Can we stop it right there?
You better not do anything stupid.
Thank you. You better not do anything stupid now. Who said that? Mom, can you see? I know it's tough to see, but can you see that little bit in the corner where your father would have approached Jason?
I can right now, yes.
And it's your father going to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your father going right up to him, right?
Yes, I have a conversation with him today.
A conversation. Okay. Do you know if he threatened him? Did you hear anything? So you don't know what was actually said.
I didn't.
All right, we can continue playing. Thank you. Okay, can we
Oh,
start?
you better not do it.
You don't know what's going on there, do you?
I don't exactly, because I'm not outside.
Right? You don't know if there was an exchange or if there was just a one-way conversation, right? And certainly you don't know what your father would have been saying to Jason at that. That is correct. Yeah. All right, we can continue.
No, he's getting caught. He hasn't got out of the trap. Ah! He just
That's fine. I don't want to put you through that again, okay? Okay, why don't you grab a seat? Thank you. Thank you. So you'd agree with me, it was a fairly quick interchange there,
Yes, it was.
and unfortunately, you got to see something that was absolutely horrific.
It was, yes.
And you don't know what the exchange was between your father and Jason.
I don't.
So it's difficult for you to actually come to an actual conclusion as to what happened.
Of course, yes.
I appreciate you coming up there.
Of course.
You're brave.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, just briefly. You had mentioned that there was a plan for, sounds like a friend's father to come plow.
Yes.
You know what happened to that plan?
We had it planned since like 5 in the afternoon and he had work until like very late and he planned on coming around 10 when we needed him to plow. And he got there 10 minutes later and he called us to tell us he was here and my mom was like, you need to leave, like something just went on. So
And so he was supposed to come at about 5 o'clock is what you just said.
Yes.
And he hadn't come.
Yes.
Did you know the communications between your mom and your dad concerning?
I don't, I just know during that time, we didn't know if he was gonna end up coming, so we knew that we were gonna have to probably hand shovel it.
Okay.
So it was.
That was gonna be my question. If he didn't show up and he didn't show up at 5, how is that driveway gonna be clear?
Yeah, we had work the next morning at 11, so we needed to clear it by that night or the next morning. So it was just more of, there's more snow in our driveway.
I understand that your living situation had you there some days and not there other days.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you know anything about the first snowstorm of the season and any issues between Jason and your dad.
I do not.
Okay. And so Attorney Sisti asked you some questions about, you know, what you observed with the plow going up to the pile, kind of up to maybe beyond the pole.
Yes, of course.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Levesque was actually finished plowing? Had he pulled, for instance, all the snow out of his driveway?
No, it looked like he was still plowing because in the end of the video, when my dad went to go out, he was backing up to plow again.
And it doesn't sound like, given the circumstances, you went over and made any observations of Mr. Levesque's driveway
I did not,
and how far advanced he was in finishing this task.
of course.
Have any idea where the snow was ultimately going to end up?
You're right.
Look, the Attorney Sisti asked you some questions about, you know, what happened out there between your dad and Mr. Levesque. And it sounds like you're straight up front, you know, you couldn't hear that conversation.
I could not.
But you saw your dad putting on his, you said, you confirm with Attorney Sisti that the moment you kind of start making observations as he's putting on his hoodie.
Yes,
You see him with any weapons?
he does not know.
Did you see him with, I don't know, a screwdriver or anything on his person?
He didn't even have his phone on him.
Did you see him during the times that you observed him walking away, walking back towards Mr. Levesque, brandishing anything in his hands? That was
Not at all, no.
Thank you. Those are the questions.
Just a couple. Actually, you don't know what was on your father.
I do not.
And certainly, from what we saw, and we just saw it briefly from a tough angle, it didn't appear as though Jason would be able to see what was on your father either.
Objection, speculation.
If you can answer it from what you saw on the video.
What are you asking?
You can't tell whether or not Jason saw what was inside your father's pockets, for instance.
I feel like you can, yes. If you're throwing over a hoodie and there's nothing in the pockets, nothing fell out, so. And he doesn't have pockets in his sweatpants, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going to try to clarify. Did it appear to you as though Jason was watching your father put a hoodie on?
I do not know.
Correct. So the whole hoodie thing really doesn't mean anything.
I believe it does, yes.
If he saw him putting on a hoodie, maybe that would mean something.
I have no clue if he didn't or did see. He was in his truck.
Okay. So you don't even know if Jason was observing your father when he came out toward him, correct?
No, he was in his truck.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. Angela Violette.
So ladies and gentlemen, as sometimes happens, we're going to stop a little early today. Just scheduling reasons, it just makes sense for us given the late hour. Rather than start another witness at this point, we're just going to suspend for the rest of the day. We'll start up again tomorrow morning. No worries though, we are told by the parties that we are well on track to finish this case on time. So we're going to stop today. I will tell you, I do try my best not to waste your time ever. So I do always try to start when I say we're going to start and take breaks when I say we're going to, and we're going to try to do that for the rest of this trial. So I'd like to be back here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can be here a few minutes early, not too much early, but 10:05 or something before that would be best. And that way we can try to get started right at 10 o'clock. If by chance we can't start at 10 o'clock, as sometimes happens, that's not the fault of the parties. That's the fault of the court, because sometimes things come up unexpectedly because I have to do on other cases. But we'll do our best to start right. All right. All of my prior instructions to you remain in place. The most important one: do not talk amongst yourself or with anyone else about this trial, about the facts of this case. Don't do any independent research. So no internet research. Don't go back to the scene of this location. Those are the main things. And otherwise, have a good night. Thank you.
Please rise.
Don't look at the media. That was the third thing. Obviously, don't review any media accounts about this. That's the third thing. Okay, have a good night. We're all set. We'll see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
impressed I am. Thank you. Now, if you're listening during your deliberations, you're listening to an audio and you wish to have a transcript, all you have to do is ask for it. One will be given to you to help you understand the audio and then retrieved as we've done here in court. This time, the people rest.
Yes, sir.
People may call or strike that. The defense may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Anna Larson. Right there, ma'am. If you could face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat for the stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Anna, A-N-N-A, Crescentini, C-R-E-S-C-E-N-T-I-N-I.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Larson.
Good afternoon.
Larson or Christantini?
Crescentini is my maiden name. Larson is my married name.
What do you want to be noted by? What do you want to be called?
My legal documents say Crescentini.
Okay, proceed.
Ms. Crescentini, did you fly in from Canada a few days ago to Los Angeles in order to testify in this trial?
I flew in on February 23rd in order to testify and be supportive for my sister and her girls.
Can you tell me, I think you just did, but your relationship, you are Monica Cementilli's sister?
Correct.
Are you her older sister, and by how many years?
Yes, I am the oldest sister. I am 2.5 years older than her.
And where did you and Monica grow up?
We grew up just outside of Toronto, and then we moved to a little north of Toronto to Woodbridge, where we grew up in our family home with my mom and dad and my younger sister.
And your younger sister is how much younger?
She's 10 years younger than me.
I want to bring you back to 2016, the year before your brother-in-law Fabio was murdered. In 2016, ma'am, were you describe for us your relationship with Monica, your sister. Did you have a relationship?
Yes, we were
Monica?
very close. We grew much closer when we got married and had kids. We spent most of our days together when she lived in Canada. And when she moved to California, I was devastated, as well as my mom. We were so sad. And I kept in touch with her. We talked every day, sometimes three times a day. I would go on vacations. All my vacations were to LA to visit and stay with my sister and the girls and Fab. Fab was very close to our family as well. Like I said, when they were in Canada, we spent almost every day together.
And prior to 2016, well, let me start with this. 2016, Monica and Fabio and their girls had already moved to Canada, from Canada to Los Angeles?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did you know Fabio before he married Monica?
I knew when they started dating. I met him. That's the first time I met him. I saw him around because my sister worked at a clothing store next to their salon. So I would see him, but I didn't know who he was until Monica later on told me that this is her boyfriend, and we started to go on double dates together.
Okay. At the time you first met Fabio, was he already separated from his former wife?
Yes, that's what we were told by Fabio and Monica, that he was separated and divorcing his wife.
And at some point, did you learn that Fabio and Monica were getting married?
Yes, we learned, he came over, asked my dad permission and proposed, and we were very happy.
Did your family accept Fabio into the family with any issues because he had been a divorced man?
No, there were no issues. Obviously, you know, that's because he had a son and an ex-wife. My mom especially and I talked to Monica and said, you know, it's going to be a little difficult. It'll be a little different, but we love him. And that was it. And we accepted him from day one as my brother, my mom as a son.
Was there any problem created that you observed between Monica and your family because Fabio was divorced?
None.
And you were close at that time with the other members of your family, your parents, your sister?
Very close.
Can you tell us about what you observed at the time Monica and Fabio got married about their relationship, how they interacted? Did you have an opportunity to observe that?
Yes. They seemed extremely happy when they were preparing for their marriage. After they were married, they seemed very happy. I've never seen them argue. When we went on a few double dates, I know Fabio had a very jealousy issue. So many times we were actually thrown out of bars and clubs because he would get into arguments or physical fights with other people there because of comments they made about my sister or things like that. But that, I just thought he was a jealous guy. That was it. And
do you remember a specific instance after they were married where Fabio expressed that he was jealous?
yes, there was one time when we came to LA on vacation and we went out for dinner in LA, and then we went to a cigar lounge, and a gentleman sitting behind us was smoking a cigar, didn't have an ashtray, and turned to Monica and asked to borrow the ashtray, which Monica handed to him. And then Fab immediately turned to him and said, get up and get your own ashtray, leave my wife alone, kind of thing. And you can tell he was very upset because he thought that the gentleman was looking at his wife, my sister.
Other than that experience, did you ever have any other experience with Fabio being angry or in conflict with each other?
Never.
Any other person?
No.
And at the point Monica and Fabio moved to California with their girls, did you continue to have a close relationship with both Monica and Fabio?
Yes, I did.
How often would you actually see Monica and Fabio?
Well, like I said, anytime I had time off work, I would fly to LA, me and my family, my husband, sometimes me and my kids, sometimes me and a girlfriend would go. Monica and Fabio came often to Canada. We would see each other at least during the summer, every Christmas, perhaps even March break sometimes. So we were together quite a bit. We saw each other quite a bit.
Did you also get to know Fabio's family?
Yes.
Were you close with Fabio's family?
We were close, especially with Luigi. He was always welcome into our home. We spent many vacations together with Luigi. We went to Italy with Luigi. Luigi would be invited for Christmas dinners at my parents' house, birthday dinners at my parents' house. And we were very close with his mom and Dave, her husband. And they were very close to my kids as well.
How about Fabio's sister, Morella? Before or at the time, near the time Fabio and Monica and their girls moved to Los Angeles, did you spend any significant time with Morella?
I was close with Morella. We had a good relationship, I thought. She was very kind with me. I was very kind to her. She would invite me to her house to swim by the pool when Monica was in town, and we'd have dinners together. And I did the same. She came to a few of my house parties and pool parties. So we had a pretty decent relationship. I don't know if you would call it significant. It's not someone that I would pick up the phone and call unless my sister and Fab were here.
And when you say we're here, meaning in Canada?
In
or-
Canada,
Okay.
yeah.
And after Fabio and Monica moved to California, did you continue to see them as much as you'd seen them in Canada?
Well, no, because when they lived in Canada, like I said, we saw each other almost every day. At least my sister and I and our kids were together almost every day. Our kids went to the same school. We went to my mom's house 3 times, maybe 4 times a week for dinner, the whole family. And Fabio obviously was there as well, unless he was traveling.
Okay. And let's bring ourselves to 2016, the year before Fabio was murdered. How often do you think you were personally with Fabio and Monica to observe them together in 2016?
In 2016, they came for Christmas. I went there in March break. I believe they came in the summer. And then I went and spent Christmas with my family at their house. 2016 Christmas holidays, New Year's for 2017.
Okay. And during those trips, when you started with Christmas, you mean Christmas 2015 and then into 16, the spring?
Oh, I was talking 2016. Yeah, 2016 Christmas up until 2007. Sorry, 15 and 16. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in the last time you spent with them, you came for Christmas of 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about Christmas 2016. You came to Los Angeles with other family members?
Yes, my husband and my 3 children. We came on Boxing Day, I believe, the 26th or the 27th, because we spent Christmas with my mom and dad.
And you stayed through that next week? How long did you stay?
I stayed all through New Year's until I believe it was January 6th, because I had to go back to work. I'm a teacher, so I just went for the 2 weeks of Christmas holiday.
How long have you been a teacher?
Since 1994.
Who do you teach?
Oh, I teach 8th grade, science and math.
Have you always?
Always taught 8th grade.
8th grade, and always science and math?
Always science. Well, I teach everything, but science and math are my specialties.
I see. And when you arrived in California for, it looks like you said the 26th, the 27th through the 6th of January, did you stay with Monica and Fabio?
Yes, we always stayed at their house. And when they traveled to Toronto, they always stayed at my parents' house. And even if Fab traveled on his own, he always would stay with my parents.
How often would you see Fabio when he was in Canada alone for traveling for business?
Well, when I knew he was coming and he was staying at my parents' house, we would make a point to go there for dinner. My mom tried to keep all of us together all the time, which was beautiful.
And did you say he would stay with you, not?
No, he would stay with my mom and dad.
Your mom and dad?
Yes.
Monica's mom and dad, your mom and dad?
Correct.
Would that be consistent that he would stay with your mom and dad, or did he stay also with his family ever?
I don't ever remember him staying with his family. He would go visit them and spend the day with them. But to sleep, he would always come back to my parents' house because he felt very comfortable there. Monica and Fab also lived with my parents for about a year while they were waiting for their house to be ready.
When was that?
When Jessica was born.
Okay. And so back to December, early January of 2017. You stayed through the 6th of January, which would have been about a couple of weeks before Fabio was killed, right?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity when you were living with Fabio and Monica during that time period, the 27th of December through the 6th, to observe their relationship?
Yes, they seemed very happy, like they always did. They were dancing around in the kitchen. They were singing songs. Fab bought us, both my sister and I, gift certificates to a very fancy spa. So my sister and I went one day, and Grant, my husband, Fabio, and all 5 children went out for the day and spent it with the dads.
Did you observe, how much of that trip were you actually with Monica and Fabio? Were you with them?
The entire time.
So from the time you got up in the morning till you went to sleep?
Correct.
Okay. And did you at any time during that trip see Monica going out at night or leaving?
No,
or
never.
Socializing without being with you all and Fabio?
No, never.
And during that entire stay in December and January 2017, did you ever observe any conflict or awkward moments between Fabio and Monica?
Never.
And you said you were also there with your husband, Grant,
Yes.
and your 3 boys?
I have 2 boys and a daughter.
Okay. And how old were they in December, January?
Oh, of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me do some math in my head. So they would have been, well, my son now is 28. So 8 years ago, he would have been just turning 20. My other son, Matthew, would have been 18, and my daughter would have been 15.
And you all stayed in the
home.
Cementilli house with
Correct.
Monica, Fabio, and their 2 girls.
Yes.
During that trip, did you sleep in a particular bedroom at the house?
Yes, we slept in the guest bedroom, which was also Fab's snoring room, as my sister called it. So we slept there, which was right next to the master bedroom.
And and you slept there with your husband?
With my husband, Grant, yes.
And where did your 3 children sleep?
My daughter, I believe, took turns sleeping in either Isabella's room or Jessica's room, and my 2 boys slept in the upstairs. There's an open space, like kind of like a family room that had a TV, a bunch of couches and beds, and a little desk area. So they slept there.
At any point during that trip, did you go with Monica to any sports gym or sports area?
Yes, we went to LA Fitness a couple of times. That's not the first time I went with her. I've been there, like I said, on my other trips, we went. But that particular time period during the Christmas break, we went to play racquetball. So the first day I went, just Monica and I, we played racquetball. And then the next morning I came home that night and told my kids, you should really come and play. You'd love it. And so the next day my sons came and we played, I believe it was 3 days in a row.
3 days in a row.
Yeah.
And when you were at the gym, do you remember what the gym was called?
It was called LA Fitness.
And while you were playing racquetball, was there ever a time you met someone who was introduced to you as Robert Baker?
I met someone named Rob, which I later came to find out his last name was Baker, but I didn't know his last name at the time.
Tell us how you met Rob.
We were playing, well, the first time I met Rob, Monica still had a personal trainer. I believe his name was Matt. And she brought me to the gym and we did a personal training session with Matt. And then we went to the racquetball court area and played racquetball. And she introduced me to Rob as the coordinator, racquetball coach, and said I should play with him because he's really good. So I did.
At that time, do you remember which day of your trip those 3 days were?
I don't remember.
Towards the beginning, middle, or end?
It was like in the middle because there was very little to do between, Boxing Day and New Year's Eve. So it was somewhere in there. And I remember that because on the last day, we went the third day, I asked Robert if I would see him at the New Year's Eve party. And he laughed and said, no, I'm not coming. And I said, oh, why? And he answered, because I don't drink anymore.
Did you play racquetball with Rob at any point in your trip?
Yes, I played, not the first day. I don't think I played on the first day we went, but the second and third day we went.
At that time, did you have any idea or belief that your sister Monica was in any kind of intimate relationship with Rob?
Absolutely not. There was nothing unusual between them, and I did not get any feeling or vibe at all.
At any time during those 3 days, did you see Rob all 3 days or just one or two of them?
I think only two of the days.
At any time, did you see your sister and Rob go off whispering or appear to be secretive in any way?
No. My boys also played racquetball with Rob.
Separately?
Yes, because you play in twos. So Rob and Eric, and then Rob and Matthew would play. And I played with Robert.
And then did you see Rob anytime after that before Fabio was murdered?
No.
After that, were you with your sister for those days that you continued to be in LA, however many they were from the middle to when you left on the 6th?
Yes, every day.
Were there any days that your sister was gone for any period of time from your presence?
No, we even went grocery shopping together. I went to Ralph's. I helped her do the groceries. We would come home. We'd make dinner together. I don't recall any time when I wasn't with her.
And then you mentioned that you celebrated New Year's Eve with Monica and Fabio.
Yes.
Tell us about that. Who was there for that celebration?
So on New Year's Eve, it was my family. So myself, Grant, my 3 children, Monica, Fab, Isabella, Jessica, their neighbor and friend, Deborah and Mike, and their, I believe, their son, Max. Jessica's boyfriend at the time, I don't remember his name, Ernie and his wife, Emily.
Is that Ernie Valerano?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know who Ernie was?
Yes, I know he was a friend of Fab's.
A friend of Fabio's.
A friend of Fabio's, yes. And Nick, I don't know his last name, also a friend of Fabio's.
Is that, if I said Nick Berardi,
yes,
does that sound
that's
familiar?
correct. Yes.
Okay.
And his girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
And then after dinner, racquetball friends came. So I met Elise, I don't know her name, and her husband, I forget his name. Okay. I met Faye and her husband, I don't remember his name.
Okay. And during that evening, Miss Christini, did you have an opportunity to observe how Monica and Fabio were interacting?
Yeah, they were great. They were entertaining the whole group. We had, my sister and I went and got karaoke. So Fab was busy putting on the karaoke songs and we were all singing. And it was raining kind of that night and cool. So we were all under the covered part of the patio where he usually sits. and the TV's right there. So we were having a good time.
And that was a favored area that you were well aware of?
Yes. He had his own chair. We knew where he would be all the time. He sat in his chair, smoked a cigar, watched his TV, extremely loud, and would be on the phone. He just had a very bubbly, outgoing personality.
Did you know anyone who had any conflict with Fabio?
I don't know of anyone. He was well loved. I don't know of anybody who would have done that.
So you fly back to Canada on the 6th. Did you have any custom or regular routine with your communication with your sister?
Yes, so because I work, I teach, the minute I get home, I usually get home Toronto time around 5:30. And just before I start dinner, I would go outside, grab a glass of wine, sit on the patio, call my sister, or she would call me, always around that time, because she knew I was home. When I'm at school, I don't have my phone, so we don't talk during the day. But the minute I get home, and Toronto's 3 hours ahead, so if I get home at 5:30, it's like 2:30 here. And we would talk sometimes 2-3 times a night, almost every day.
Okay. And at that time in January, let's say January 6th to January 23rd, were you also regularly communicating with Monica by text?
Yes, we text each other, we would call each other, depended.
How often would you be texting with Monica during this period?
Usually we would call each other because she knew I would be home at certain times. But if she didn't answer, I would text and say, hey, where are you? Give me a call when you're home, stuff like that. And she would do the same.
When you would text with Monica, would you use any particular app frequently to communicate with her?
Yeah, I used WhatsApp because it's free.
Is WhatsApp an encrypted app?
I believe it's an encrypted app, but it's free for anybody, and you could use it to make long distance calls as long as you have Wi-Fi.
Is the fact that it's encrypted, was that any part of you using that app?
No, the fact that it was free for me to call my sister in the States is why I used it. And people in Italy, you could use it anywhere internationally.
Were you aware that in December of 2016, whether Monica had the WhatsApp app?
Yes, she had the WhatsApp app.
How long had you communicated with Monica on WhatsApp as of December 2016 using specifically WhatsApp?
I'm sorry, how long?
Yeah, how many months, how many days, or?
As soon as I got my iPhone, I downloaded it. So 2 years, maybe? I don't know. Since I've had an iPhone, we've done it. And I've had an iPhone for a very long time.
And when you say we've done it, you were communicating with Monica for that full time, both on her iPhone and WhatsApp?
Yes, go back and forth, depending where I was. If I was at home or in the car or at someone's house, I would use WhatsApp.
And you would also use your iPhone messaging to communicate
Correct.
with Monica?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention, unfortunately, to the day that you learned Fabio had been murdered, the 23rd of January, 2017. Had you spoken to Monica on the 23rd at all?
Yes.
During the day?
Yes, when I got home from work, which again was around 5:30, I grabbed a glass of wine and I went on the patio in the middle of winter to have a cigarette. And I called her and she would do the same. She'd grab a glass of wine, grab a cigarette, and we talked. And we talked about our day, what was going on.
Let me stop you just for a second.
Sure.
You have a specific memory of being on the phone with Monica on the 23rd of January, 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And You believe that was at what time? The
Toron-
best you can recall.
Toronto time between 5 and 5:30. So here 2 and 2:30.
Okay.
And when I spoke to her, I remember hearing her say goodbye to the cleaning lady. She said, the cleaning lady's here, she's just leaving. I heard her walk through the kitchen and open the patio door because it squeaks. And I heard the TV blaring and her say to Fabio, is it possible this TV has to be this loud? And which is something she would always say to him because it was very loud. And I screamed out and said, say hi to Fab for me. And he screamed back, hi, Annare, because that's what he used to call me.
He called you what?
Annare.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was something you heard on the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
And I asked her, oh, he's home today? And she said, yeah, he's sitting outside. He's on doing some calls and watching TV, but this TV's so loud, the whole neighborhood could hear it.
Was Fabio usually at work or always at home when you called? If you know, when you called her or she called you during the day?
You met.
When I called her, he was at work, usually.
And is it your testimony that you specifically recall a discussion about Fabio being home that day, or you just heard his voice?
No, like I said, I heard her open the door, I heard the TV, and I heard her say, Fab, is it possible that the TV's so loud? And then I said, say hi to Fab for me. And he said, hi, Annette. And she closed the door. And that's how come I remember.
Do you recall anything else that Monica talked to you about during that phone call?
Yeah, I was getting ready to go because my kids were looking at me through the patio door, making a motion like this because they were hungry. And I said, okay, Mo, I have to go in. I got to get dinner started. These kids are starving. Call me when you're done dinner. And she said, yeah, I have to go to Ralph's because Fab wants what we call fatina, which are veal cutlets. And I need to buy some stuff. And I said, okay, call me when you're starting to get dinner ready, because by then I would have finished dinner and we can talk again. And she said she would.
Did Monica on the call seem rushed at all or different from when you usually spoke to her?
Not at all. She seemed 100% herself.
Did you say it was you who told her you had to go while you were speaking on the phone?
That's correct. I said I had to go because my kids were hungry. I had to make dinner. And she said, okay, yes, I have to go to Fab wants fatina for dinner. I need to go buy some stuff.
And you both hung up the call?
And we hung up knowing that she would call me back. She usually, when we said that, when I said, okay, call me later when you're getting dinner ready, I was expecting a call around 7:30. And instead I got one at 8.
Okay, let's talk about that briefly. How did you learn that Fabio had been murdered?
I went to lay down on the couch after dinner while my husband was cleaning up, and I left my cell phone on the kitchen counter. It started to ring, and I said to my husband, can you answer it? It's probably my sister. So he answered it in a goofy voice because he goofed around with my sister all the time. And he went, hello, something like that, like very weird answer. And then he held the phone to his ear and his mouth open, and he just went, what? What are you talking about? And I said to him, stop fooling around. Just give me the phone. I knew it was my sister. And he passed the phone to me in shock. And all I could hear was Jessica screaming and crying, hysterical, saying, my father's dead. They killed him. He's dead. And I didn't understand. I'm like, what happened? What's going on? And she was just crying hysterically. And I said, who's there? Pass me to someone. Where's your mom? And she said, my mom's here. She can't talk. And she passed the phone to Deborah. And Deborah is the one who told me what happened.
Okay. Deborah was who to you? Did you know a Deborah?
Yes, I've met Deborah on almost Since my sister and Fab moved there and lived on Nogales Street, she was a neighbor there, and that was one of the first friendships that Fab and my sister made. So every time I went to California, I always saw Deb and Mike.
And that was Deborah Obad and her husband, Mike?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do upon learning this and speaking with Jessica, if anything?
With speaking with Jessica or Deborah?
I'm sorry, Deborah.
When I spoke to Deborah, I learned that Fab was stabbed, that he died, that Bella found him, that there was nothing that the paramedics could do, that police were there, and Monica and the girls were standing in the driveway, and Monica didn't want to leave. And I asked to speak to Monica, but Deborah told me that she couldn't talk. She couldn't come to the phone. She's in no condition to talk. She can't put words together. And I said, okay, please tell her I'm going to come immediately, and Grant's getting a flight out for me. I'll be there soon. Just tell her I'll be there soon. And Deborah asked me if I was going to tell my parents, and I said, I'm driving there right now. It's not a phone call you want to make. So I hung up with Deborah. We had agreed that I would call her the minute I knew of flight information. I jumped in my car and I drove to my mom's house, and I had to break the news to my parents, and my mom collapsed. I'm sorry. My mom collapsed on the floor. My dad and I picked her up, put her on the couch, and immediately she said, I want to talk to her. I want to talk to the girls. So I said, okay, Grant's working on getting us a flight. We're going to try to leave tonight. We called Deborah back because my mom and I both wanted to make sure Monica was okay and Bella was okay. And so we called Deborah back, and I said, Grant's still working on it. We had talked in between, and he had told me that couldn't find any flights leaving that night. He was going to try to see the earliest flight in the morning for my mom and I. And I gave her that information, and I said, as soon as I have my flight booked, I will call you and tell you what time we land, but it'll probably be in the morning. And she said, don't worry, somebody will come and pick you up. And someone will come and pick you up. And then I asked to speak to Monica, and my mom, I had the phone to my ear, and my mom, her head and my head were together on the phone. And all we could hear was her crying hysterically. And we just screamed, be strong, we're coming, we're on our way. We'll be there in the morning, And then Deborah took the phone back and said, I made Deborah promise not to leave them alone there because we didn't know anybody here. I said, please don't leave the girls alone. And she said, I promise you, I'll take them all back to my house until you get here. And I said, okay. So I hung up, and that was my conversation with Deborah, and the only time that I spoke to my mom, spoke to my sister. Later on, I believe Deborah called me again to tell me they were across the street at a neighbor's house. And I think I spoke to Jessica. I don't remember, but I spoke to Deb, and she told me that they were across the street in the neighbor's house, and Monica was just sitting on the couch looking out the window, calling out for Fab.
You then made arrangements and got down to Los Angeles?
Yes, my husband got us tickets for the first flight in the morning. We came immediately, got a direct flight. I think we landed around lunchtime here.
Okay, that was on the 24th of January, the day after Fabio was killed?
Correct. I also called Marco that night because I didn't have the heart to call Marilla. I didn't know if she knew. So I called Marco, and when he answered the phone, I just heard Marilla in the background wailing. And I said, I guess you heard the news. We're leaving. My mom and I are leaving in the morning. And he had asked if we should maybe wait and all go together. And I said, I'm not waiting. I'm going now. I can't leave my sister and the girls there alone. And my
Okay.
mom feels the same way.
Let me understand. So in that conversation with Marco, he asked you to wait to leave for Los Angeles?
Yeah, so that we could all go together.
Did they not go with you the next day?
My mom and I flew on the first flight out.
Okay,
I'm not sure when they arrived, if it was the 24th or the 25th.
okay. So you all flew out the next day. Did you go straight to the house?
Straight
or
to
did you
the
go
house.
somewhere else?
So Mike, Deborah's husband, and Jessica came to pick me up. We drove straight to Monica and Fab's house. There was a woman who I later found out recognized as Elise, was standing in the street talking to media. There was media everywhere. The gates opened, we pulled in, and Mike made a comment like, what is that crazy lady doing talking to the media? And immediately Nick, Fab's friend, came out and grabbed her and said, we said we weren't going to speak to the media, and pulled her in. I didn't recognize her immediately because I could really care less about her. My goal was to see my sister and the girls. And when my mom and I ran into the house, we found my sister on the couch, hugging a gray sweater that belonged to Fabio and rocking, tears pouring down her face. She had toilet paper and Kleenex all around her. And when we tried to talk to her, she wasn't even making eye contact with us. She just kept holding this sweater saying, I don't know why I didn't fix it. And we were like trying to figure out what she was talking about. And then she told us there was a hole in it and he had asked her to sew up the hole and she didn't get to it. And my mom offered to take the sweater and said, I'll fix it. And she said, no, I don't want anyone else to touch it. It still smells like him. And she stayed with that sweater till the wake and even after.
Did you were with your mom when you
Yes.
got to the house?
Yes.
And you were both with Monica from the time you got to the house through when?
Until we all came back to Canada with Fab's body. So that
A
would have
week
been
later?
the 30th. Yeah.
Okay. So when you got to the house, was there a time at which Morella and Marco and her family, Fabio's family, came?
Yes. But I don't think it was the 24th. I think they came like the 25th, and it was a staggered entry. Like not everybody came at the same time, but it was, do you want to know who came?
Well, let's start with, did Morella come?
Yes.
Okay. And from the day she got there, if that was, you think the next day?
I think it was the next day.
Okay. From the day she got there, did you and Monica and Morella spend a lot of time together that next week through when you say you went back to Canada
Yes.
for
So
Fabio's burial?
Morella and all her family stayed at a hotel close by, but they came straight to the house every morning and stayed until night.
Stayed until nighttime?
Stayed until nighttime.
And
Fab's mom was also there.
were you staying at a hotel or where were you staying?
I was staying at the house and I slept in the same bed with my sister.
Okay. And during the time that Morella got there, let's say that first day, can you describe how Monica was, her demeanor, how she was acting?
She was clearly in shock. We had actually called her family doctor and he came to do a house call, and he prescribed her something and told us that she is clearly in shock.
Sister.
Okay. Can
And
you describe
Monica?
what she looked like, what her demeanor was?
Sure.
Sure.
You
Can I answer? Okay.
Yes.
She was in her gray robe the whole time, very rarely changed out of it. Tears were always streaming down her face, even though she wasn't like sobbing hysterically. There were always tears going down her face. Her nose was always running. She sat outside with me most days and Morella. She created like a little shrine where Fab used to sit, and I don't know if it was Monica or who did, but somebody put a hat and his favorite cigar and his favorite tequila next to there. And so we all sat around this chair and she would just stare at it, holding this gray sweater, tears coming down. She really couldn't put together a sentence for the first day or so till she started actually talking. And she never really told me what happened. I heard it from Jessica and Isabella, because she just couldn't even bring herself to describe what she saw.
That first day Morella got there, or even the second or third day, was there ever a time that you observed Monica conducting a tour of the crime scene, of the place where Fabio had been murdered, or talking about what had been found or not found by the police?
I never remember her doing anything of the sort.
Was there ever a time during that day that Morella got there that you observed Monica giving away Fabio's personal things?
The only time I saw my sister give anything away was the Rolex watch that Fab had on. She had told me that she wanted to give that to Luigi and wanted to make sure Luigi got that because Fabio would want his son to have that. And so she gave Luigi that. And the only other time I remember any talk of taking stuff that belonged to Fabio was when they were choosing what Fabio was going to wear in the casket. And they were deciding between suits. Which suit should he wear? The red one, the blue one, the gray one, his favorite hat, how they called him Big Daddy. And at that time, I think my sister said to the nephews and Luigi, if you would like to take a piece of clothing or something to remember Fabio by, please go ahead and feel free to do so. She wasn't giving away his stuff. She was offering a memento for them to take back to Canada. If they
And
wanted
did you
something.
personally observe this?
Yes.
And did you observe any of Morella or any of her family members asking for any items that they, after she offered this?
They didn't ask. They just went in and they came out. I think someone took a hat, and someone took a scarf, someone took a jacket. I really wasn't paying attention to what they took, but I know they did take stuff.
Okay. During the week after you got there, did you stay every night with Monica at the house?
Every night.
And during the day, were you there all the time with Monica?
All day.
Okay. Would she leave for any reason, for any period of time?
Not without me.
And during that week, was there anything, you talked about her crying and getting a sedative or whatever it was from the doctor. Did you ever, was there anything unusual about her self-care or hygiene that you noticed that week that was different in any way from how Monica usually kept herself?
Yes, she, I would have to force her to take a shower. I would have to walk her to the bathroom, open the shower door, turn on the shower, tell her to take a shower, tell her to brush her teeth. We would try to force feed her because she wasn't eating, but she was drinking wine and she was smoking a lot. But we all were. I was, Morella was, we were all outside with her, and we all did the same thing.
At some point during that week, did you and Monica and Morella arrange for a funeral home and a casket for Fabio?
Yes, we called around and we found a funeral home. We went, the three of us together, to pick out the casket. Morella picked out the blue one, silver medal one.
Was there a discussion while you were there about how Fabio would be buried, whether he would be buried or cremated?
When I was there, the only conversation that I remember having was my sister coming out. Luigi was present, Isabella, Jessica, Morella, myself, and Morella's mom, Maria. And Monica came out and said, your dad had always told me that he wanted to be cremated, but I don't know how you guys feel about it. So you're his children, you guys should decide. And they all decided that he should be cremated. And I remember this conversation because Fabio's mom, who had the dementia or Alzheimer's, I'm not sure which one, she said to Morella in Italian, but maybe there's a needle that we could give him that could bring him back to life. And Morella said, oh, really, Mom? Okay, let me ask Vanessa, because her daughter Vanessa was in medical school. And then she later said, no, Mom, there is no such needle. So that's why I remember the conversation about the cremation.
Did you ever hear during that whole time that you observed or heard this conversation, anyone say that Fabio would not want to be cremated?
Never.
And when you say, I think you referred to the children deciding whether he would be cremated, was that Jessica and Bella and Luigi?
Correct.
And was there any disagreement at all between them as to what they decided? Did you hear? Did you hear during that conversation between when it was brought up and when it was decided, any conversation about a disagreement or objection to Fabio being cremated?
I did not even know that was a thing, that anybody was upset about that. That never came up.
And when you say that never came up, even after that conversation?
Yes.
And then at the end of that week, Sunday, that's when the funeral home and viewing took place?
I believe it was a Sunday, yes.
Okay. And you all then went back for a wake or some kind of reception at the Cementilli home?
Correct.
And were you there?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Monica? Did she attend the viewing and at the funeral home?
Yes, so we all went to the funeral home together. It was the first time that we were going to see Fab. The casket was open. She was very distraught, crying. Jessie didn't want to look at the casket, but she did. Everybody was very emotional. I walked my sister over to the casket. She placed her hand on Fab's shoulder. She said a few things. I don't remember exactly what she said. I love you. I miss you. Why did this happen to you?
Did she say anything else that you recall?
No, because she was crying. Mumbling words, crying. Then we left there. We went home. The caterer, whoever it was starting to set up the tables in the backyard. So she said, I'm going to put on my robe and lay down for a bit. And she did that. And she said, call me when people start coming. So she did that. And then when people came, I went to call her. I told her, okay, people are coming. You need to get up. And she got up and got dressed but like wore running shoes. And I don't even remember what she wore, but it was nothing fancy. It wasn't her robe though. She changed out of her robe. She was dressed in the morning, came home, changed into her robe and pajamas, laid down. And then when I told her people were coming, she got up, got dressed and came out.
When you got home with Monica, was the reception already being set up? You mentioned about tables and...
Yeah, they were setting up tables and chairs, and there were some people around from the restaurant or a caterer getting stuff ready.
Do you know who made those arrangements or who organized it?
I think it was the company, Wella or Cody, and with maybe Morella suggested it. I don't know. I know I didn't suggest it, but they did, and they had this company come in and they did a wonderful job.
Why do you think Morella suggested it or might have suggested it?
Well, I only,
This thing?
Did you see Morella during this day or in the previous days interacting in any way with Fabio's company to make arrangements for any reception?
yes, at this time, Morella,
So rule.
Morella was busy writing the obituary, and she asked us what did we think about this obituary. She was busy calling Toronto, trying to make arrangements in Toronto. She booked a hall in Toronto to have this ginormous party for when Fabio had his viewing in Toronto. She was dealing with the menu with Fab's co-workers. She had them drive her and her family back and forth from the hotel to the house, back to the hotel at night. And I didn't think this was a problem until Alicia, Fabio's personal assistant, came to me.
Sustained.
Was there something unusual that made you think it was a problem at some point that occurred?
Yes, because
Oh, here, it's overruled.
yes, because Alicia, Fabio's assistant, came to me and said that Morella's being a little bit too demanding and she'd rather deal with me because I seem more calm.
That's sustained. Very good.
Did you learn that members of Fabio's company believed that Morella was being demanding about arranging for things?
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that Alicia Truesdale believed that Morella was being demanding?
It's the same thing, counsel. Sustained.
Thank you. Ma'am, at some point during the week between Fabio's death and this reception, did any members of Fabio's company come to the house to speak with Monica?
Yes, I should point out that during that whole week, it was a revolving door at Monica and Fab's house. There were lots of people coming and going, but from...
It is not responsive.
Were you there that whole week?
Yes,
And you were there both during the days and into the evenings?
yes,
And at some point, did you see and meet members of Fabio's company who came to the house?
yes.
Do you remember which day they came to the house?
No.
And when they came over, who came over?
Henry from HR, Alicia Truesdale, and there was another woman, but I don't remember her name.
Okay.
His boss, Sal, and his wife.
Okay. And do you know, did you have an understanding why they were coming over?
To give condolences. Henry came to talk about what they were going to do for Monica, what the company would do for Monica, and he spoke to her in private.
Okay, before he spoke to her in private, had you ever heard your sister ask about what she was getting from Fabio's benefits or life insurance prior to the time that these folks came over from the company?
No, I did not.
And when they came over from the company, Sal and Henry, did you sit down with Monica and Sal or Henry from the company?
No, I never sat down with them.
Okay. At some point during the time they were there, did anyone ask to speak to Monica privately?
Henry asked to speak to Monica privately.
Okay. And that was the same day he came over?
Yes.
And did you observe what Monica did in response to Henry asking to speak to her privately?
They went to her bedroom and they spoke privately in there.
At any time while they were meeting, did you or Morella go into the bedroom and sit with them?
No,
At any time while Henry or Sal were there, did you and Morella go into the living room or dining room and sit with Henry and Monica?
I believe we were already sitting at the dining room table when Henry and Monica came out.
Before Henry and Monica went in, was there ever a discussion in front of you and Morella with Monica present about life insurance or benefits or stock options or anything like that?
No, there,
So roll.
no.
Do you have a distinct memory of that?
I don't actually. I remember him coming out, and I don't remember Monica ever asking anything. I remember Henry coming out and saying he took good care of. We're going to take good care of her.
And after they came out, did you learn for the first time that the company was offering to continue Fabio's salary for 6 months?
Correct. I knew they were going to pay up until June.
Okay. How did you learn that?
I think it might have been Henry that told me.
And that was after they came out of the room?
Yes.
At that same day, was there ever a time that you heard any discussion of stock options or life insurance from Henry or anyone else at the company?
No.
And did Monica at any time during that day ever say anything about her wanting a lawyer because she thought she might be screwed?
Absolutely not.
Did she ever during that day that the company members were there ever bring up the subject of getting a lawyer?
No.
Did you return with Monica after the wake to Canada?
Yes. I didn't return with her. I came the next day.
Okay. And when did she return?
She returned on February 8th.
Okay. And before she returned, were you there during the rest of the wake on the 29th?
Yes.
Were you with Monica the whole time, or were you separated at times from Monica?
The night of the wake?
Yes.
For the majority of the night, I was right beside her. But I mean, I did get up and go talk to some of the guests that were there. But I could see her sitting on the patio furniture.
Was there a time that you observed Monica?
Hey there, thanks for stopping in. We hope you will join us again. We all look forward to next time. We get to talk about true crime. Clues. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests. Our true crime family is great. All types of topics we debate. Smash that like and ring that bell. Hit subscribe, you might as well.